very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Live here at a, well, it's a bit cold, it's a bit windy, but that's standard. This is usual. How are we all doing? Hope we're good. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and we have with us, of course, naturally, our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. He's just climbing up the ladder now. Love that build up, you know, giving you like a radio signal. There he is. There's our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and yeah, we are expecting some rain. We're expecting all sorts today, but we'll do our best. We'll see how long we can go for. We should have, fingers crossed, some heavies today as well. That's what we're here for. You never know. Lots of departures currently at, oh Ted, you need to have a ride in that. What was that? That was cool. So Lake and Heath are up, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get some tankers up as well, and hopefully it'll be a good day. We'll see what we're going to get. So there's some very interesting exotics today that I can see parked up, even a U-28. It's not the nicest of weather. There we go. It's normal for the Ted Coningsby channel. Riding in all weathers. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, a United States Air Force Base. We've got a few exotic aircraft. We've got things like U-28s. I think they're of the Polish Air Force as well. Some lovely scenes here at Mildenhall today. Variety of roles here as well, you know, it's pretty amazing. So it's naturally home to the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. We kind of indirectly mentioned them yesterday through the structure and procedure of all the bomb groups and squadrons. We spoke about why they're in the earlier stages and why there seem to be squadrons that go up numerical in the 300s and then suddenly get a random 418th, and we spoke about that yesterday. So the squadron that operates with the 100th Air Refeuling Wing that flies is the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron. Now, they were one of the 4 squadrons that were flying with the 100th bomb group, as we know. Sure what happened to the other 3, but that's the way it is. So they fly the this very aircraft. This is not theirs at the moment. This is someone else's KC-135. Usually you get visiting aircraft on the, shall we say, the north side of the base. Shall we say it like that? So we can say it like that. Why not? We just did. So originally the 100th bomb group had the 349, 350th, 351st, and as we said, and why there's reasons for this, why suddenly you get a random 418th, and it's all because they originally, the bomb groups were originally going to have 3 squadrons, which they did, but they felt they needed, again, I can find out more reasons, maybe they felt that they needed substantial squadrons via the amount of aircraft, I think 24, so be it, so added more aircraft by having another squadron, hence a random 400. But of course that changed when you start to get into the 600s and 700s. They all seem to be numerical, seem to have sorted it out, so that's why. So here we go. So RAF Mildenhall, Team Mildenhall is home to the 100th Air Refueling Wing. They fly the KC-135 through the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. Next up, we've got the 351st Special Operations Wing. The flying component is the Special Operations Group, the 752nd. They have two flying squadrons. The 67th Special Operations Squadron, they fly two the MC-130J and the C-146 Wolfhound, the MC-130J. It's a bit of a special ops capable of air-to-air refueling. The Ospreys of the 7th Special Operations Squadron, now they fly the CV-22 Osprey. We've also got a detachment of the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, who are usually based in Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base at 55th Wing. They fly a variety of rivet joints. And what I mean by that is a variety of the RJ-135 series. Runway 10 was in use for a minute. The lights have turned off just for a brief period of time. This is a KC-135. Also got U-28s of the Polish Air Force, I think it was. I think Polish Air Force. It's a little bit too far away. They look like they've got the now, looking at the exhausts, the big bore exhausts, I'd say that looks like a Pratt & Whitney PT6 engine. And then, of course, we've got this, I think this may be a US Navy. Perhaps you may know more than me on that one. Startups here at Mildenhall. I thought I'd start early because I'm not sure what time I will finish today. I'll see how long I can get on with this weather, as I am expecting some form of the wet stuff. Thanks, Davey, for that. So this is a KC-130 Squadron. Is the 234th Rangers. They're based at Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base. Now, I mentioned this yesterday, and I believe it to be the case that the Navy of the United States, they like to call their stations station rather than base. That seems to be the case. Doing a bit of rapping for you this morning. They are the US Marine Corps Reserve. They're a US Marine Corps Reserve Aerial Refueler Squadron. So that's pretty cool. It's good to know. But traditionally, you know, historically, they were these places, these military establishments were called stations historically. But of course, history changes, words change, things turn colloquial, shall we say? Words kind of get shortened sometimes. But there we go, ladies and steady bears. Hope we're all good and well. How you doing? Hope you're good. I believe it's your birthday. So this is the AWCU vehicle, the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, and their role is to control and manage as best as they can the flow of wildlife, including birds, Now, there is a misconception with their role. People seem to think they just go around and shoot everything. Completely incorrect. You're never going to beat nature. Nature takes over, wildlife takes over. That's the way it always has been, and the idea is to control it. You can't just keep scaring the birds, because you could actually make it worse. It is their call, their judgment. They're the ones that are experienced. Yes, they do falconry. You won't see it here. It's usually sort of just on the outskirts. They can do falconry here as well, but then that can cause another hazard as well. But it's their judgment, their call. It is a contracted company called Phoenix. They take care of all the, as far as I can see, of all the stations that I've been to, they take care of all the military establishments here in Britain. Stan, how you doing? Eduardo, Felipe, Freitas, Margot Baxter, how you doing? Simon Watchman, all the way to you. Christopher Carlos, who else have we got on there? Gary, how you doing? Gary Thompson, what up? Christopher Carr, Babel, welcome to the show. Hope we're all good. Davies on the case, Fritz, not Captain Babel. Welcome to the show. Hope we're all good. Dave Hodges. Christine Barnes. Hope we're all well. Alan Burden, how you doing? Just scrolling through. Full of life here today. So let's see what we're going to get. Welcome to the show, and I hope we're all good. I've got some tea to keep it warm as well. But welcome. And do you know what? This is one of the stations that, in this sort of area, was built in 1934. There was quite a few in that sort of time period. Feltwell as well, built in 36. But there are actually a lot of World War I time period airfields as well in the vicinity as well. So it's not the oldest, but it's certainly a station that we come to. Marham and Waddington, off the top of my head, they're our oldest ones of 1916. That's when they were functioning. Can you believe that? It's amazing, isn't it? But here has a, you know, I went through two villages today. All right, two villages, Freckenham and Westrow, and both of them have the Wellington bomber in their little signs. I love those signs. They get very creative. We have them a lot. I don't know if other countries do them. They're like kind of made signs for the village. I don't know if you've ever come across this before in your country, wherever you're from. Do you have this? Examples, they're like homemade signs. They're painted, they're very elegant. Some are made with cast iron. Absolutely amazing. And they will feature an aircraft if that's what was dominant, or if there was an airfield that once was. It's really, I do love the artwork. I wish I stopped by to take a photo. There was a couple of them. Maybe on the way back I can do the same. But it was Westrow and Freckenham. They have some lovely signs, and they both feature the Wellington. Really nice. I really like that. And I did say that this is kind of like the home of the Vickers Wellington bomber. You go to Ely Cathedral if you are being a tourist for the day, heading off to Ely. I know there's lots of people that come up from overseas to England for a holiday, and one of the cities they visit is Ely, especially if you're in the area. And do check out the stained glass windows. You have to go to the Memorial Hall. I think it's Memorial Hall, I think it's called, of that part of the cathedral. It's beautiful. It's got 4 stained glass windows telling a story of the actual bomb group, the bomb command groups that served using the Wellington bomber. You've also got Feltwell. Feltwell also has a Wellington bomber on there. It's beautiful. I love stuff like that. I've also been fortunate enough to go to the chapel here, and that features many aircraft, and of course the Wellington bomber as well. Suffolk, Cambridgeshire. This and what's interesting is that the Air Ministry gave a specification, B9/32. 32 means it came out at 32. The 9 means it was the 9th submission of that year. So you can have 10, 11, 12, 13, all the way up to how many they need. The letter B stands for heavy bomber, and don't forget heavy bomber of that time. It was a twin engine bomber they required. Of course, things got heavier, of course, as you know. So it can change the letter, but the submission number goes up numerically. So after 9, of course, is 10, but you can have a different letter. It depends what they were going to produce. But what was significant of that time is that the Vickers Wellington actually come out on the same Air Ministry specification. It was actually 2 companies were chosen. They were selected to do it, so that's kind of cool. So both Vickers Armstrong and Handley Page were chosen out of the 2. So they built 2 completely different aircraft with the same specification. Similar in some ways and not so much in many other ways, like the design. They couldn't be far from different, and that was all thanks to a bit of a change, a bit of shall we say, a bit of an extension or leeway to the Air Ministry specification, because each specification required certain things. But one thing to note is that led to the Vickers Wellington, and that led to the Handley Page Hampton. Now the beauty is with these Air Ministry specifications, they allow business, they allow employment, they boost, you know, it can help a town very, very much indeed. But it was one significant change. It's a bit like the English electric Canberra. That was like the bridge for jet bombers, and of course the English electric Canberra was the first ever jet bomber of the Royal Air Force. But it's the bridge, and the thing is, with the Hampden and the Vickers Wellington, they were the bridge for 1,000 horsepower plus engines in monoplane bombers. Things improved, things got better, then we start to get real powerful Bristol Hercules engines eventually. So they were the bridge. The Bristol Pegasus was a good start, and improvements to that led it to a bridge that's having more powerful bombers. Engines for the bombers, shall we say. The Bristol Pegasus, of course, the Hampden didn't do as well, and you know, it didn't have the best career as opposed to the Wellington. That went right throughout the war. I can't remember if it went right up to the sort of 50s. In 1953, I think that kept going for the Vickers Wellington bomber. But of course, the Vickers Wellington ended up becoming upgraded to the Warwick and the Windsor and stuff like that. So, you know, it's amazing, the 4-engine version. So it kind of evolved as well. So it kept going in some ways. Not forget that the Vickers Wellington was the most produced heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force, 11,460 odd. Amazing. Good morning to you, oi oi to you. KC-130J, that's right. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Yeah, standard weather. Yeah, I chose to come here today because if it got really bad, I can bail. Good evening, Concord 73. Go to Frey, how you doing? Hope you're all good and well. So it looks like we've got a KC-135 making its way. Runway 28 in use now. I think the wind's just moved around a little bit more. So February 1992, the 100th Air Refeuling wing arrived with their KC-135s. It is the tanker of the skies, carrying 200,000 pounds of fuel, powered by 4 CFM International F-108s, producing 21,600 pounds of thrust each. Has a 4-engine heavy, has a max speed of around 580 miles per hour. That's a Mach 0.9. Can cruise at 530 miles per hour at 30,000 feet. The service ceiling at 50,000 feet as well. Can also take passengers, 80 passengers. I believe it can take about. It can take cargo as well. It can take 6 463 litre pallets as well, actually. It's crewed by 3 co-pilot, and a boom operator, and of course the pilot. Yeah, it looks like the runway's changed. The wind's just slightly changed a little bit, actually. Legend, this aircraft. It's had an extensive history, pretty much serving the Air Force in all theatres of war, really, since its production. It's been around for a very long time. Its introduction was in June of 1957. It took its first ever flight a year before, on the 31st of August 1956. Built to air refuel and replace the KC-97 Stratofreighter. It was initially tasked to refuel with the strategic bombers extensively in the Vietnam War and during Operation Desert Storm. Of course, in more recent times, the Iran War as well, supplemented by the extender KC-10 as well. It's developed from the Boeing 367-80 prototype alongside the Boeing 707 airliner, so it does have a sort of like style to it. She is elegant, she looks beautiful. The 100th Air Refueling wing fly operationally now for since their arrival in 1992. The Square D, that's right, the Square D still flown by the 100th even today. A great tribute, and they're the only wing, they're the only unit to fly operationally a World War II marking. They also feature nose art on the port side as well from their B-17s, and this is all, I mean, many of you would have seen Masters of the Air. That's right, from Thorpe Abbott's Station 139, the nose art that was featured on the B-17s, still flown today. I mean, what a tribute that is. That is an honour, isn't it? not this one, of course. Usually anything on this side of the station or the airfield are visiting. Not always, because you can get some visiting on the other side, but of course you've got to remember that the CV-22 Ospreys are on this side of the station as well. They are what they call the bad boys, the 352nd, the 352nd, the 752nd Special Operations Wing. But yeah, absolutely right, Perry. They do. They still live on. They're still going. Absolutely amazing, isn't it? The 100th Bomb Group, known as the Bloody 100th, that is still their nickname. Just got a bit of rain now, which that was to be expected. And of course, they have the H in brackets for heavy. Activated on the 1st of June 1942, the 100th Bomb Group. Made their way to England. Taking the boat, taking the ship over to Scotland, and then finally a train journey. It was indeed, oh, I remembered, it was Poddington, where they actually they set sail on the Queen Elizabeth, like many, the RMS Queen Elizabeth. They were bound for Poddington, but I got a bit confused with my notes, because it was Poddington that was the station that they were that most of the echelon, most of the crew arrived at. I can't remember what it could have been. Prestwick, you know, now for Scotland. I really don't know. I really Clyde, could have been Clyde, maybe. There is a dock there. I have no idea actually. We'll have to find out where they docked. I'll just check my notes on that one. But on the 25th of June 1943, the 100th Bomb Group flew its first 8th Air Force mission. But they arrived at Thorpe Abbots in Diss, so not too far, about 25 miles away from here. But that was the ground personnel that set sail. Obviously the Echelon flew the B-17s over. And they were allocated to the 3rd Air Division, and that's why it's a square on the tail. The D represents 100 Bomb Group. But the shape, they had a triangle for the 1st Air Division. They had their own bomb groups. The circle, usually on the B-24s, they had their own groups. And the square for the 3rd Air Division, they had their own groups, such as the 100. Each group actually had their own fighter wing to look after them. And of course, those fighter wings, had their own fighter groups as well. Very organised. A great tribute. They were 3 squadrons, the 349th, 350th, 351st, and of course the 418th bomb squadrons, operating from Thorpe Abbots, which they changed to Station 139. I obviously explained the reasons behind that in some of our lost airfields, and it was 2 main reasons: one, security, and the second, pronunciation. And even I struggled with pronunciation here in the UK for UK town names and city names and village names, etc. So even I struggle with that, and the last thing you want to do is get the communicate with your traffic controllers and giving them the wrong pronunciation. No one knows where you are, so that's not very good. So they changed it to numbers. So 139. Hello. I guess the wind is blowing for runway 05 for Lakenheath then. 135 ILS, or Lakenheath for that one then, obviously. The 100th bomb group were giving the nickname the Bloody 100th, not because of the amount of losses. There were other bomb groups that actually lost more than the 100th. Is the amount of losses in any one mission. Waiting for the KC-135 to taxi. So the 100th bomb group arrived at Thorpe Abbots, and their first ever mission, the 100th. Well, you could call it their baptism of fire, because on June the 25th, 1943, their target was submarine yards in Bremen, their first ever mission in Germany, and as part of the 8th Air Force. And although there was a diversion flight that occurred, the June 25th mission was their first actual mission into the fire with heavy flak. They lost 3 of their B-17s. 17 took off from Thorpe Abbots, 3 never returned. 30 men failed to return, and that was the start of the Bloody 100's legacy. They flew 306 combat missions in the Second World War, very heavy losses. The Munster raid, 13 took off, only 1 come back, and that 1 had 2 engines gone as well. There's another Lakenheath aircraft, just using the ILS. Sounds like a... Hang on a minute, let me just... 135 just about make out the square D. CFM Internationals. 4 of those, 21,600 pounds of thrust. It's time to ride heavy. adjusting. There we go. Crackly snap, crackle and pops out. There we go. How we doing? Right, I'm just having a quick cup of tea while I can. I may sound a little bit quiet at the moment because I've just put a real heavy duty cover on here. Okay. Yeah, I did say today was going to be emotional, and here it is. But, you know, I braved it. I thought I'd get out here and I'll see what I can do. And, you know, even if that's all we get today while I'm here for a little bit. But it looks like, for me, it looks like a midday departure, 12 o'clock. It looks like that's when the worst of it comes. So it's just bits of tiddly bits of rain at the moment to deal with, but should be all right. Yeah, it is. It's currently raining at the minute, and it's not the worst of it. The worst is yet to come maybe in about 2 hours. So I'll give it 2 hours probably from now, unless it gets severely worse. But I'll give it 2 hours from now. It's better than nothing at the end of the day, because I was really thinking of where can I go that I could bail. Here's quite nice, and don't forget we are in the Nook campsite, a site that allows viewing for aircraft, you don't need to actually stay here, but there is a charge. It's £2 per person. Now remember that it's not £2 per car, it's £2 per person when you come here, and I think that's an absolutely cracking price. I think it's great. You know, you got some amazing views. It is, of course, if it's really heavy rain, the viewing area closes, because obviously it will damage the field. But there are toilets as well for the spotters, and the gates close for viewing at certain times. So do check out the sign when you come in. You pay on arrival, and there are sort of times. There's no night viewing here, so do remember that as well. Okay, so try to keep it sweet and neat. Take your litter home as well, and the same principle as we always do with our housekeeping. Please don't touch the fence. Please don't start resting your ladders on the fence. It does damage the fence. It can actually, through time, eventually start doing damage to the posts. There's barbed wire everywhere, so should you fall off your ladder, and well, what are you going to do? You're going to reach your hand out. There are some really nasty barbed wire. I've seen an incident before, so you know the usual. If you see anyone attempting to fly a drone, there are numbers on the signs dotted about, spaced out. We don't want any of that. And if you do see anything suspicious, do report it. Again, if it's an emergency situation, then 999. And we always recommend to do these things discreetly. You don't know what people are up to. And last thing we need is anyone to get involved in that kind of thing. Wendy loves planes, thank you very much. And of course, don't forget, if you are planning on an adventure with your caravan, camper van, motorhome, and tent in it and glamping, there is, you know, you can, the prices are really good. So it's the Nook campsite, so do check it out. A great place to stay. I know some of our friends that have stayed here said it's great. So, you know, you're by an airfield. I mean, how cool is that? Thursday and Friday should be okay weather-wise, I think. Fingers crossed. Let me have a look at the weather for tomorrow. Tomorrow should be okay. Tomorrow looks better. Wind not too bad actually. Friday, again, wind fine. Friday, yeah, looks all right, doable. There's a couple of little tiddly showers dotted about, but nothing to be worried about on there. Just today was my challenge, and it turned out to be the case. Someone watch on, how you doing? Davey, Margot, Spanner Flight, what up? Hope we're all good and well. So we do get a caravan for RIAT, for those asking. We do get a caravan, but other than that, the van is sufficient. That's the only time I ever use a caravan, and tent is when I go to RIAT. That's the only times. But other than that, the van is just perfect. Alex Raven, David Robinson, Alan Q, oi to all of you. Hope you're all well. Thank you very much. So we may get another departure coming up, hopefully. Come on. Overdone the I've overcooked it. I've overcooked the my rain cover for a minute. I've overdone it. I've done it so good, which is great, don't get me wrong, but I've done it so good I can't actually get to the controls. So yeah, that's not very good. No, it's not very good, Teddy, is it? No, that wasn't Ted speaking, that was me. But just in case you're concerned that Ted's suddenly grown a voice there. This needs to go up, doesn't it? Come on, that'd be cool. I was hoping for runway 10 today. It is, well, now it's not. It was. It's amazing how the wind just changes direction. A big shout out to the fire department, the Mildenhall Fire Department. Just get another cup of tea, just to warm up just a little bit more. Well, we do have another KC-135 pinging on ADSB, which is good. sweep there, isn't it? I was expecting it anyway, but goodness me, I mean, there's some serious showers over there. Doesn't look good. But yeah, I reckon, yeah, just to let you know, God, it looks awful actually. Just had a look down there. Look how bad it is. I did say it was going to be horrendous. Oh hello. Looks like that's getting ready for something to right. I was going to give you a little bit of education, but goodness me. There's some really bad showers over there. Luckily we haven't got that type of shower. Luckily we've avoided that bit over there. we're doing there. How's that rain getting along? Welcome to the show. Oh my word, it is awful today. I'm glad I didn't go where I was originally planning to go. Out in the wilderness of Mordor. That's where I was planning to go today, but glad I didn't. If you got to hear that. So this one's looking good to go. Well, if you've just joined us, don't forget to hit that like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and do subscribe to the Ted Coningsby channel. Let's see how we're doing. We may even get, oh, we have, looks like we've got 130,000 subscribers. Wow, that's amazing. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much. 130k, wow, amazing. What a day to do it as well on this really horrible day. Oh my word, it actually looks worse down there, to be honest. We've got away with it a little bit. Dave Nixon UK, that did crack me up. That's hilarious. That is funny. Thank you. Long may it continue. Well, you know, I do try. I'm hoping to get you a little bit of education. I've got an aircraft here that's going to debut. I don't think I've shown you it here before. You may have seen it. Did I bring it here? I don't think I did. You may have seen it at some other station that I was at. This aircraft that I'm going to show you in a moment, I do need to do a bit more of my own research on it. It was something that fascinated me when I was a child as well. I was very intrigued. I've still got that book today, believe it or not. It's amazing. I've still got it. I bought it in W.H. Smith in 1987, I think I did. So what? Yeah, 1987, so I would have been 9 years old when I bought this book. Actually, no, I think I was a bit younger than that. Pretty sure I just remember being a bit younger. But hey, it was around that sort of time. And I was fascinated by its maximum speed at 3 times the speed of sound. Mach 3.0, I think you know exactly which one that is. I don't think it needs much of a introduction. Using runway 05, which cuts across the tip of runway 10 here at Mildenhall. They're obviously using the ILS, which just intersects the runway here. Thanks a lot for your kind words. Yeah, 130,000 subscribers, a great milestone for the channel. That's pretty impressive, I must say. Did not think I'll be never in a million years that I think this is what I'll be doing in a few years. Literally, just this is my 3rd year full time doing this, so it's quite an achievement. Nice one, Davey. Cool. Wow, amazing numbers, isn't it? Just trying to dry some of the bits of the lens there. There you go, that's better. Dear. Oh, right. How are we all doing? Right, this looks like promising for later on. Hopefully it departs before we do. So yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We've hit 130,000 subscribers. I know it is unbelievable. Thank you very much for your kind words. And obviously I can't do you the full the full scale history. So today I'm going to take just tiny little bits and pieces for you, and it's been a long time coming to get you this on the show. And well, it's a little bit wet, but hey, let's bring it out for you, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Something that really put Mildenhall in the public eye, and something I was fascinated when I was a kid, was indeed the SR-71 Blackbird. Look at this. And just before I go into the detail, because I'm going to do a little bit more research so I can give you a full history, I'm going to do some learning probably in the next couple of weeks or two, but I really need to give you a full scale. And one of our viewers, in fact one of our Spannerflight, was working on these at Beale at yes indeed, Aspen. And although it was only first of all for its debut here at Mildenhall, it was a brief visit. First of all, it made its first appearance in September of 1974, and the trip itself was a bit of an eye-opener and a bit of a world record breaker, I think, because the trip was from New York to London, and it took only 1 hour and 55 minutes to cover 3,479.41 miles. Now, to achieve the new record, the SR-71 flew more than 3 times the speed of sound. It is capable of doing plus Mach 3, and on September the 13th 1974 the SR-71 departed Mildenhall for a record-setting flight to LA, California. The trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes and covered a total of 5,446.86 miles. So it is quite amazing. So that was in 1974 for a little bit of a brief visit, but 5 years within 5 years, both the SR-71 and the U-2 operated from RAF Mildenhall. So in 1976, a little bit of changes were going on with Mildenhall. But in April of 1978, the SR-71 did return to Mildenhall in order to operate from the base. Now, this was a result of what's called Detachment 4. Now, I believe every single mission had to be approved by our Prime Minister at the time, which was the legend that is Margaret Thatcher. And the Detachment 4 was a result of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing. And they moved here to Mildenhall to oversee the temporary duty deployments of the U-2 and the current SR-71 aircraft itself. Now, while this was a return appearance for the SR-71, it was the first appearance for the U-2 here. So we've now got U-2s and SR-71 Blackbirds here. I mean, what else do you need, really? It's just remarkable history here. Sorry, 1 second. The rain is just really just doing its thing. So I'm just trying to get that protected so we don't have any wires that are going to cause a bit of funky hairstyle. So the U-2 operations moved to Alconbury eventually in February 1983. April the 5th of 1982, almost a year before the U-2s left Mildenhall, the British government, under the orders of approval of Margaret Thatcher, gave permission for 2 SR-71s to be permanently based here at Mildenhall. And until of course the departure, the last ever seen here at Mildenhall, SR-71 was on January the 18th of 1990. It symbolises really what Mildenhall was about at that time. I know many of you that came here to fall in love with this very aircraft. I never got to see it fly. This is a bit of a legendary one, which I'll talk to you about that in a moment. But a very impressive and iconic aircraft, and it's just phenomenal. We have an example here in Britain at the Imperial War Museum, Duxford. It was indeed a long-range, high-altitude. It is retired, and it could do plus Mach 3 strategic reconnaissance, developed and manufactured by the company Lockheed Corporation. It does have a couple. It actually had 2 nicknames, isn't it? Because I keep seeing it pop up. The most common one was Blackbird, but I believe it also had Habu as well. or Habu, I don't know how you pronounce that, probably I get that wrong again. Its first ever flight was on the 22nd of December 1964, and it was introduced in January of 1966. I believe NASA had one as well, right? I think they retired theirs in 99, and in the US Air Force, of course, a year before that, I think. But there we go. So it was a project in the 60s known as Black Project by Lockheed Skunk Works Division. The engineer, Clarence Kelly Johnson, responsible for many of the innovations and concepts of this beautiful aircraft, and pioneered so its shape. So again, I need to do a little bit more research because I don't know too much about it. I know the CIA were operating a, what was it, the A-12, but the Lockheed A-12 technology, they look very similar. I don't know if it's a little bit smaller. Again, don't know much about it, but I will do my research on that. But it pioneered the technology and introduced a reduction in radar cross-section. They were experimenting. It wasn't a pure stealth aircraft, but they were experimenting with lowering and reducing radar cross-sections and adding stealth technology. And I believe they did have the early stages and early developments of radar absorbing material. It did have a crew of 2, by the way. There you go. It was what's called a tandem cockpit, and it was revealed to the public in 1964, and it entered service with the United States Air Force in 1966, and it could operate at amazing altitudes, and I would have thought probably more than 85,000, but of course for insurance purposes you can get a lower insurance price. You always put a lower. I'm just kidding. But service ceiling of 85,000, well, I reckon it probably could do a bit more, but hey, that's just me. But I believe the max speed was around maybe Mach 3.3, but again, gonna do my research. I mean, that's a phenomenal speed, isn't it? It's around 2,200 miles per hour, or in new money, 3,540 kilometers per hour. And that, can I just say, that is at 80,000 feet, right? 80,000 feet, where the air is thinner. A lot harder to start doing stuff up that sort of altitude. It was powered by 2 monsters, right, of Pratt & Whitney's J58s. If I remember, JT-11D 20Js or 20Ks, they were afterburning turbojets of 25,000 pounds of thrust each, but they had the 20Js or the 20Ks as well. It's absolutely remarkable, really. It's just phenomenal. Absolutely, what rocket. They were afterburning turbojets. But oh yeah, absolutely. And if I believe this is true, because I did mention it, and I had it confirmed with our very good friend Aspen. If I remember correctly, it was originally going to be called the RS-71, and if I remember correctly, the President of the United States said it wrong and said SR-71 instead of RS-71, and I believe this is actually true. And they, I think, to save embarrassment, maybe, obviously they didn't want to undermine the president, so they just went along with calling it the SR-71 instead of RS-71. Yeah, that's a good one. This one, sadly, 74, suffered a bit of an engine failure, and it's actually, again, I'll give you a full spiel of this one at some point, but this suffered a bit of an accident. This is a 17974, and many of you will probably already know this of this aircraft, this particular serial number, and this one is 17974, and I only came across this story when I was listening to a podcast about the Mariana Trench. I know, and it was on the 21st of April of 1989. The name, did they all have names? Because this one seemed to have had a name called Ichiban. I think it means number 1, and it was it departed Kadena Air Base, and it went on. It was on an actual mission and Ichiban sadly suffered a bit of an engine fault. Crew survived, they ejected. Now of course you've then got a bit of a problem. Where are you gonna, like, obviously it was completely destroyed beyond repair, but luckily the crew survived, and they were thinking, where are we going to get rid of the rest of the, you know, the sensitive technology? So they buried it in the good old Mariana Trench. So that's 25,597 feet deep into water, so that it can just get destroyed. But there we go. But yeah, lovely to see this. Thank you to our good friend Jay from Rolls-Royce who gave me this. Absolutely beautiful. It is just phenomenal piece of kit, literally. It is something that is just fascinating, really. There's all sorts of stories with these. I mean, that's a good profile like that, isn't it? Look at that profile. Yeah, imagine that flying here, man. I mean, isn't that just amazing? And there are here's a couple of things, and thanks Perry for sending me the info. Let me just I'm going to turn the camera over to this now because it's absolutely chucking it for a minute. Sadly, let me just so here, oh, looks like we've got another arrival from Lake Neath. So what's interesting is that the 100th started life with 4 squadrons: the 349th, 350th, 351st, and of course the 418th. Let me just check my radio. Has that died? Right. So I'm wondering if I can hear a KC-135. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Might even have a departure and I don't know about it yet. Two to go. Yeah, so just quickly then, yeah, what I was going to say, the 100th originally started with the 4 squadrons. We know that the 351st are the only survivors here, but let me tell you a little bit more about the others, because In 1956, the 349th, 350th and the 351st were operating the B-47 Stratojets. Now, they did operate these on a rolling deployment at RAF Brize Norton as well. But the 418th, as far as I know, again, I'll do a bit more research, they didn't actually get reactivated. They weren't stood up again. So the 349th, they actually became a strategic reconnaissance squadron in '66, and the squadron was integrated into the 100th reconnaissance wing alongside the 350th and 99th strategic reconnaissance squadron. Now, they flew the AQM-34 Fire B drones and DC-130s. Now, both the 349th and 350th were KC-135 Q squadrons, but they that was between 76 and 1990, and they supported the SR-71 operations based at Beale, which, that's pretty cool. It's quite interesting to see the original squadrons actually go to another wing or another unit, so I guess they were part of Detachment 4. Now, these squadrons are now air refueling squadrons, and they've been allocated to the 22nd Air Refueling Wing, which the flying component is the 22nd Operations Group at McConnell Air Force Base in Kansas. So the 349th, they fly the KC-46A, and the 350th, the KC-135. So it's kind of nice to see that, man. Right, I'm gonna do a little bit of I'm gonna just take the cover off. No, there it is. Stop raining for a minute, and I'm doing that just for a sec because I want to get a good shot of this. We do have a KC-135 about to depart right now, and I think the other one as well that's been cleared too, so this is all good. So the Square D. Now, okay, you may see other KC-135s or C-130Js. We've seen this before with a triangle marking with a letter, you know, so this is something I need to clarify for you, okay? So you may see I think what was it, a triangle A or square A that we've seen, and the triangle B we may have seen as well on some aircraft that have arrived. Now, here's two things that you may not know. The original World War II marking, so in this instance, the square D, will always stay with the 100th. Okay, so the triangle B, for example, will always stay with. So every bomb group, okay, when they started out, the lineage, whatever their tail marking, all right, will always stay with the wing or the group. Okay, it's the difference between flying it operationally and flying it ceremonially, or for, you know, for remembrance. Okay, so the square D is actually flown operationally. Now, these markings are World War II tail markings, okay, of their mighty 8th Air Force. They're 8th Air Force markings. Sorry, just they're mighty 8th tail markings. All right, and it was put in place to, because it's obviously it's a good way to get your group into formation and your squadrons into formation as well. The squadrons did have letters, a 2-digit. The 351st, if I remember correctly, was Echo Papa. So they did have, just like the Royal Air Force squadron markings, the 2-letter, or a 2. I'm going to call it 2 digits because there were instances where they did have a number and a letter, such as 3W, for example. So I hope that makes sense. So if you do see another tail marking, it is not actually used for ceremonial purposes. It's sorry, I'm going to start again. It's not used for operational reasons. It's used for a tribute and maybe an anniversary. D-Day we had quite a few. Okay, so it is the 100th Air Refueling Wing that are the only wing to fly operationally their Second World War tail marking. All right, hope that made sense. So the 8th Air Force had 3 divisions, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and you can tell what division they were. The triangle was for the 1st Air Division, the circle, 2nd Air Division, usually on B-24s, and the square for the 3rd Air Division. So now that you know that the 100th Bomb Group were indeed the 3rd Air Division, sorry, the 3rd, yeah, part of the 3rd Air Division. Bomb Group or Bombardment Group, Bomb Squadron or Bombardment Squadron, same thing, just shortened. If you ever see that, I did get asked that the other day actually. Sorry if I forgot to get back to you. But usually questions I will announce on the show, because there could be many others that could find the question and answer very, very helpful. And there's the square D right there, look, there we go. Another question I do get asked is that why isn't the square D on the MC-130J and the CV-22 Ospreys? The reason? Because they weren't part of the 100th Bomb Group lineage. In fact, the CV-22 Ospreys, MC-130J and the C-146, they're actually part of AFSOC. They're not actually part of usaf as far as I know. AFSOC's the Air Force Special Operations Command, so the bad boys and bad girls, you don't want to mess with them. Seriously, but they're there when you need them. Just want to know that. you know what I mean, mate? Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. So a bit of homework for me to do with the SR-71. I love the sound that these F-108s make. Here we go. 21,600 pounds of thrust. There are 4 of them. Ooh, yeah. Suddenly I fancy KFC, I don't know why. So these are CFM International engines, F-108s. We could get this one going out as well. Also got some other delicious tasties over here. We've got a couple of U-28s as well. Look, hello. Sorry, let's get back to this then. Now, where are we there before we miss this thing? I mean, it's not a Hawk, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's not a set of keys. Always reminds me of the 18. Look at that turn. Such a beautiful looking aircraft. Look at that. I mean, do you know what I mean? Look, that needs to come down the catwalk. That just looked good. Goodness me, I have trouble trying to do a 3-point turn. Right, here we go. boom. Just really sorted that sky out, didn't it? Beautiful. Well, that's 2 KC-135s. Bless your heart. Thank you very much, everyone who's supporting the channel there. Ted's going to come out now that it's dry for some guards munches. Oh, lovely. Thank you so much, everyone. That's very kind. It has brightened up a bit, so we've got about an hour, 15 minutes, or about an hour of this, and then it really gets emotional, so let's try and make the most of it. They do have the best cars here. Anyone on Team Mildenhall listening, you do have the best cars here. Look at God, blimey. Nice Dodge. Looks like a Dodge Charger, that one. Ted's just going to come on the show now quickly. Let me go and might need to probably do the battery first, actually. No, Ted, let's go and get the battery first, because otherwise I won't be able to do anything about that. I'm going to just swap the mags over while it's dry. It's easy to do it when it's dry. So Nacho inbound, yep. It's Nacho. Do this now when it's dry-ish. Show in a moment. I'll just keep an eye on Nacho. There's a, I can't remember if it's Nacho 92 full sign on that KC-135. It's Nacho and a number. Okay, so that's that bit done. right, Teddy. Ted's just coming on the show, making an appearance. He's, I mean, no one likes a soggy bear, do they? I mean, you've got to look after your fur, you've got to keep it looking good. You know, when you start to look into military records and finding out about squadrons, you'd be surprised what you can find out. It's quite amazing, and it's always exciting. This is why I have such great passion of looking at all the history, and it's what sets us apart, right? You know, you get education and history here on the channel, as well as the latest and greatest of military aviation. It's awesome, and I'm glad you all enjoy it. John Dolby 3, a high five to you and a Guards March. Thank you so much for joining our Ted Coningsby Squadron. So, a new recruit there. Thank you so much. We've got Lindsay M. Thank you very much for your 1 month membership. So happy I found this channel. You and Ted are ace. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Thank you. Also, Guards March to Ray Z77, Bacon Sarnie time. Thank you very much, Guards March. Gary, high five. Thank you for the Ted Coningsby gifted membership. Well done. Thank you very much. Also, Margot, thank you very much for the super. Like button, please. Thank you very much. Thanks, Margot. Ginger Bailey, high five for that. Thanks a lot for the super. A Guards March to you. Darren Harwood, thank you very much for your 38-month membership. Thanks for all your commitment, Nikos. Also, Ginger Bailey, congratulations on 36 months. So that's your 3-year milestone with us. Thank you very much. Just realised I've done 3 years. Time flies when you belong to something good. Thanks to everyone who's involved with TCS. Oh, bless your heart. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much as well for the super. Congratulations, Ted. 130k. Guards March. Melanie Whitlock with 30 months says hi. Simon Watson, high five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. That's 5 new recruits. Also, Simon, thank you very much. A high five for that. Thank you. And for the super. Thank you everyone for your incredible support in getting the channel to an amazing 130k. Huge thanks to my Spanner Flight colleagues and to you, Ted, Nikos, Claire Bear and Kimberly. Onwards and upwards. Guards March, thank you very much. Marnie, thank you so much. High five to you, Marnie, who's who sent a super chat and says congratulations on 130,000 subscribers. I know, it's so cool. Debbie Wigley, thank you very much for 17 months of membership. Love the channel, love you back. Thank you very much. Ted, what on earth are you doing? Is it? I haven't seen you do that in a while, man. This is Ted's impression of an F-16. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of snake viper, right? Yeah, I get it. Ted's getting a bit excited now because it's dry. You see, bears get all happy when it's dry. Right. Let's see what's going on. Andrew Williams, yes, I did get a plaque. There is a post from, I think it was last July we got the 100k, or was it June? I think, no, it was June, last June got the 100k. So you'll have to scroll back a little bit. Last June. maybe Nacho is headed off somewhere else. Okay, let's hope for this one then. Cup of tea, keep warm, innit? Awful. It's just brightened up a bit now, finally. Oh, and then the wind comes along. We're never going to win here, are we? Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? What's that? Yes, got to read a 10. Ding, ding, ding. Nice one, Teddy. I have to start wearing your scarf at this rate, Teddy. So we've got two KC-135s pinging. So let's see. Looks like Reach is pinging, which is this one here. So this could be good. Wendy, how you doing? Yeah, it's lovely here. It's nice place to chill and relax. It really is. sun has come out. Ho, ho, ho. Excuse me. Right, so come on. This could be good. Sun has, well, it's trying to come out. How are we doing? I might actually get on the show now, but it stopped raining finally. My hair's a mess. It's been battered by the yeah. So you can see the wind direction. So my hair, basically you can see what runway's in use by my hair here. There we go, look, you can see the wind blowing for runway 28, look, see that? I might even put some, you know, how we doing? My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, goodness me. I did say yesterday it was going to be a bit of a challenge today, and I was just trying to find a place where it didn't have the worst rain. I was originally planning to go to Mordor, which would have been a really bad idea, I think. Exposed, you know, there's no van, you know, you got to rely that, you know, that rain is not going to get in your setup out in the wild, because it is a different setup. I don't have the van for Hull Beach or anything like that. It's out in the middle of the wild area, out in the south of Mordor, because Mordor, everyone's got this vision of volcanoes and stuff, but the south of Mordor is more foggy, some lakes and the sea. Actually, no, there's a sea there, and there's lots of fields and rolling hills and stuff like that. So yes, it does have it. Mordor is quite a vast place, but there we go. But welcome to the show. Hope we're all good and well. I've got my cup of tea here, which is all good. Yeah, it's so windy. I was going to show you some diagrams and stuff, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to show you the SR-71 today, because this is where it was. And what is fascinating is the fact that you've got the SR-71 was the first to operate here in the UK. Not operate in its whole entirety, but it was first to operate here in the UK. So the first station in the UK to operate from. So that was kind of cool. And this is too a first as well. This was the icon of this whole region, the Vickers Wellington. Absolutely amazing with 99 Squadron. And what is easy to remember with 99 Squadron, who converted to this in 1938, what's cool is that their squadron markings were LN, so it's quite an easy one to remember. LN for Lakenheath, right? Obviously it wasn't, but that was their code. They still fly today. They fly at RAF Brize Norton with the C-17, but I drove past Freckenham and West Row, and on their little painted village sign, you know, I love those signs. They're really cool. I love coming to, I love having a look to see what they've got. They got Wellingtons on them, which is really cool. There's quite a few. Steeple Morden, there's a village just outside it, I think beginning with L, that has a Wellington, and I think a P-50, obviously it had P-51 on there. It's got 2 aircraft on there. I forgot the name, and it's going to bug me for forever. And I'm actually going to put now Steeple, hang on a minute, I can never remember, it begins with an L. Steeple Morden, and there's this little village just down the road from it. What's it called? I'm not going to find it, am I? Litlington, that's it. That's the one, Litlington, and it's got a lovely church in there, and it's got a stained glass of the P-51s in there. Amazing. Yeah, so this was a icon for here. Even 149 were here, and we know that 149 moved to RAF Lakenheath just across the way. Amazing. So that's pretty cool. After this, however, After this, they transitioned to the Sterling. There it is, the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber. It wasn't the Lancaster, it wasn't the Halifax, it was indeed this. How cool is that? And this became one of the largest bomber stations because they also operated the very famous, doesn't need much of a introduction, does it? Probably the most famous is the Avro Lancaster. There were Halifaxes as well here, which is pretty cool. So there we go. Right, let's see how our B-17, how our KC-135 is getting along. So hopefully they'll depart before the really bad rain comes. It looks good to go, but we'll see. Oh, thanks a lot, Pete Lawrence, and thank you so much, man. I'll be on there in just a moment. Bless your heart, mate. Bless your heart. Thank you. Hope to see you tomorrow, I think. we doing? All is good. Nice little break there. So if I remember correctly, the SR-71s were over here, I believe. I could be wrong. They were parked over this side, over here, where these triangular roofed buildings, hangars were. I think that's where they were, parked in there. I could be wrong, but I believe that's it. Obviously not this little tiddly one here, but yeah. There we go. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Perry. Perry confirmed that was where they were. Wow, how cool is that though, right? Oh my God, scared the life out of me. Thank you. Oh dear.
That's from me. 01010, got from me.
Thanks, James Scott. Love it. Well, hopefully it's all good to go with this. We're getting a little bit of a vibe about some departures coming up perhaps, but welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Look at this. It's a station with such a varied history as well. It's quite remarkable, and it was in the 1920s that they actually planned to potentially build a station here, preparing it for an eventual military establishment. And in the 1930s, in fact 1930, construction actually began, and it was destined to be called, because over here, just over all these buildings and the famous iconic water towers of 1930s, is indeed a village of Beck Row, and it was destined to be called RAF Beck Row. Now, the reasons for changes usually, I'm not saying it is for this case, but usually is to not conflict with another station that sounds similar. If you know of one that sounds like Beck Row, let me know. Let me know. But there were, of course, other stations that probably don't exist anymore that sounded familiar, though. That's the other thing. Was there a West Row airfield, maybe? I don't know. But for example, Brize Norton was going to be called RAF Carterton, but there was also Cardington. All right, so they couldn't do Cardington. For me, the best one is RAF Harrowby. It was originally going to be called RAF Yelverton, but that sounds like Yeovilton, and even I get messed up with that. So no. So that's one of the reasons why they will give a name to a station and then suddenly just change that. But nevertheless, in 1933, a year before Mildenhall was built, it was indeed given the new name RAF Mildenhall. Now, the station opened officially on the 16th of October of 1934. Amazing. And when it opened, the King George V officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October, and Wing Commander F.J. Linnell, OBE, assumed command of the base. Now, just 4 days after the station opened, one of the most remarkable things happened. The Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club began. Now, I don't know about you, but I wish that this would take place today. It was literally an air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. I mean, how cool is that? Can you imagine that? Melbourne to Australia. What an absolutely amazing thing. And the race was organised by the Air Race Committee, representatives from the Australian Government, Aviation and Melbourne Centenary Authorities, the Royal Aero Club, who were famous, oversaw the event. And the race ran for RAF Mildenhall here to Melbourne, Australia. That's 11,300 miles. If I remember correctly, the Royal Aero Club, I think, gave the Red Arrows, not in 1934, but in 1964, I believe they gave them the Britannia Award, which is, or Britannia Trophy, shall I say. Anyway, what were the rules? Well, there weren't any really. There was no limit to the size of aircraft power, no limit to the crew size, but one thing, no pilot could join the aircraft after it had left England. So your crew, as in to be piloted, that was your crew. That was it. You can't then pick up another pilot or anything like that. That was your crew. So that's quite amazing, really. The start was at 6:30 in the AM, 0630, 20th of October 1934. And by then, the initial field here of over 60 had been reduced to 20, including 3 purpose-built de Havilland DH-88 Comets, which were racers. There was also 2 new generation American all-metal airliners and a mixture of earlier races, light transports, and even some old bombers. It sounds like something of the wacky races in the most respected way I could think of. But yeah, first off the line, watched by a crowd of 60,000 people, were Jim Mollison and his wife Amy Johnson. not the singer. And was it a singer? I don't know, can't remember. Anyway, yes, so the winner was CWA Scott and Captain Tom Campbell Black. They managed to complete 11,300 miles in 71 hours, which that's quite amazing. But the de Havilland Comet, Grosvenor House, still flies today. It's at Shuttleworth Collection at Old Warden, so you can go and see it in that beautiful racing red. Beautiful chili red colour, absolutely fantastic. They won £10,000 of 1934 money, which is what? It's got to be $1 million, isn't it? Surely. But anyway, so on the 15th of November 1934, it was indeed the first operational residence came. It was 99 Squadron. Just turn that on. Yeah, 99 Squadron. And they became the operational unit here with the Handley Page Hayford bomber, a flying cloth bomber as they called it. It was a huge bomber, and I would love to show you a picture of it, but it's just going to take off. Actually, maybe I could do it. Give me 1 second. Let me go and show you what Handley Page Hayford. It was named after where it was built up at Hayford, in Hayford there now. Wingspan 75 feet, length of 58 feet, and it was powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Kestrels. Now, they were 525 horsepower, max speed at 142, had a payload of 2,500 pounds. Let me see if I'm able to, maybe I can clamp it. Hang on a minute. I may be able to show you it. Hang on. Come on, I know you want to see it. Come on, let's have a look. Clamp it. Yes, here we go. Yeah, I think I've done it. Because you've got to have a look at one of these, man. I can't get a model of this for love or money. But let me just show you what this, I mean, look at this. This is a brilliant little fact file sheet that I've got for the Handley Page Hayford. Look at it. Look at that dustbin, as they called it, the dustbin turret. Look at it. I mean, it's massive. If you ever get a chance to have a look at these. The HP 50 Handley Page, amazing. Look, I mean, hang on a minute, is that... Look at the size of it. What's going on here? Look at it. Absolutely amazing. But hey, Fud, you've got to start somewhere, right? You got to start. That dustbin turret looks just, I don't think it was much loved really, but hey, it didn't see operational combat. It didn't see any combat, of course, because it was outlived. These are predecessors, I think, or around that time. Look at this: the Whitley, the Bristol Bombay, the Fairy Hendon, which they did transition to here, and the Handley Page Harrow, which was at Feltwell. That was in the vicinity. It's just absolutely amazing. I can hear a startup, by the way. But yeah, absolutely amazing. So, forming from B flight of 99 Squadron, a second squadron evolved, 38 Squadron, and when in 1936 the Bomber Command formed, it was allocated to originally number 5 group here, by the way. They came here for 1 month and then they moved to St Vincent's Hall in Grantham, Lincolnshire, so that's why Coningsby's number 5 group, but here changed to 3 group, just a regroup. In each group, by the way, of Bomber Command, they had different roles. I'll talk to you about that on another stream. And by the end of 1936, conversion to the Hendon night bombers began, and also Feltwell opened, and a year later, in 1937, they received in Feltwell, by the way, it's about 10 miles from here, it's not far. They received the Handley Page Harrow, okay, and 149 Squadron arrived in 1937, and in 1938, 99 Squadron were the first to convert to the new bomber. That's right, the Vickers Wellington bomber, which I showed you earlier in the show. So lots of things starting to happen now, of course. On the 3rd of September 1939, 6 hours after the war, of a declaration of the Second World War, 3 Wellingtons of 149 took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. In 1940, RAF Lakenheath, to protect Mildenhall, actually formed a decoy airfield in the vicinity of where the original station is. A decoy airfield is literally a fake airfield, and what they made was a fake RAF Mildenhall. And did it work? Well, it was attacked 5 times, so yes, you could say it saved Mildenhall 5 times. When we're at Lakenheath, I usually tell you all about the decoy airfield, so we'll save that for a Lakenheath stream so you can enjoy that. Right, so it looks like this could be ready to go in a moment. So yes, in 1941, Lakenheath was actually constructed and used as a satellite station. So Mildenhall was growing and it needed support. So what it did, it had 3 satellite stations, Lakenheath, Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath. In November 1941, 149 Squadron transitioned to the short Stirling bombers, which was indeed the RAF's first ever 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber. Actually, number 7 Squadron were the first to operate that in 1940. Come on. I think we may have a departure coming up. So on the 15th of December 1941, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron activated here at Mildenhall. And on the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. Now, like I said, the Wellingtons were the most produced. They were producing these at a rate of 28 a week. That's impressive. And it was the most produced RAF bomber of the Second World War, 11,461. It was even made in 16 different main variants, and even the legend that is the main designer, but Sir Barnes Wallis, actually designed the absolutely amazing. The reason why I'm showing you the fence is the nearest I can show you. It was a geodetic airframe, a little bit like this, but more open. It was to take battle damage. It made it very light. It could get shot to pieces because it was actually wrapped in Irish linen. So this made it quite robust as a point to trying to actually take one of these down. So it had a good reputation. The engines were susceptible, from what I could find, quite a lot to icing in the carburetors, which was quite tragic because we came across some tragic stories through our time. But of the first 1,000 bomber raid, 1,047 bombers of the 1,000 bomber raid, which was a raid that Arthur Harris, Chief Marshal Harris, really wanted to put out there. As you could see, I've read sources that it, a bit of a propaganda. There were 3 different free raids on German cities. The last one being somewhere where he finally got Coastal Command to help out, because we didn't have 1,000 bombers, and there were instances, because we didn't have 1,000 bombers in the RAF, that the OTU's training command, they actually used crew that weren't ready yet, but they kind of sped up their progress, shall we say. 599 of those 1,047 bombers were actually Vickers Wellingtons. Was it successful? Well, only I think around 47 were lost, which, if you put it into perspective, it wasn't really a disastrous percentage of losses. So there we go. On the 10th of August 1943, 622 Bomber Squadron activated from the sea flight of 15 Squadron. 15 Squadron actually arrived in earlier that year. They arrived in Horsa gliders, by the way. The RAF maintenance for storage with 25 glider maintenance squadron. in November 1943. Lancasters and Halifaxes were here as well. 22nd of March 1944, Lancasters and Halifaxes took part in a raid on Berlin. The Big B, as they called it. 800 bombers took part in the mission, and even Mildenhall took part in D-Day as well, with 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadron hitting and raiding the Atlantic Wall. On the day after that, more targets were struck from Mildenhall. So Mildenhall was again took part in D-Day as well. We might get yeah, we did. That was the Mildenhall Fire Department. How are we all doing? And more targets were struck on December 1945. B-17s, this is after the war, B-17s arrived along with the Avro Lincoln. This was a post-war mission. I think RAF Marham also did this with Operation, was it Exercise Ruby? Operation Ruby, where they were testing deep penetration bombs. So 1947 to 48, Mildenhall's runways closed. There was potentially an OCU here for the Avro Lincoln, because that was going to be the one. But in the end, I think the Canberra kind of put that out of business, which is why the Royal Air Force leased and rented out the Boeing Washingtons, and I think that was the main reason. I think because it wasn't going to be a permanent change with the development of the Canberra. You know, at the end of the day, you've got piston engines, or you're going to go with jet engines, and I believe the Canberra kind of took over. It was the bridge for something beautiful, the English Electric Canberra, and that served for a very, very, very long time. So good that the United States wanted this under license, which they did. I believe NASA have one or two. Can't remember how many they had or got, but they technically they're still going in some shape or form via NASA.
All ground, reach 567, ready taxi Alpha.
Come on.
567, runway 28 taxi.
Okay, this is ready to go. Here we go.
And we are in spot 31 Bravo, and taxi runway 282 Bravo, 2567. Expansion by at 7 aircraft. Bravo, 2567.
And again, that's the history there. 1950 to 59, the RAF Mildenhall was a joint United States RAF station. It was a joint, I think Brize Norton did the same thing as well. It was around the same period, because of course things weren't quite right still, even after the Second World War. We had, of course, the Cold War, and even that had its own legendary aircraft. But from 1959, that's when Mildenhall became its own independent station operated by the United States Air Force. So remember, these stations are always given the name Royal Air Force because they started life and built and owned by the Royal Air Force. But they can be operated by a different Air Force. So for here, the United States Air Force. And it is a USAF station and an AFSOC station as well, the Air Force Special Operations Command of the 352nd Special Ops Wing. And as they say here, they are the bad boys and bad girls. I love that. When I had a little visit, again, let me just move that out of the way. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Yeah, I never got to give you a full history. It's never quite the right weather, because I do need to tell you a little bit about do need to tell you a little bit about the short Stirling bomber. There was actually put to one side because it was actually given to Supermarine to build the first ever 4-engine heavy bomber. I know, right? I know I'm holding a B-17 because there is a good reason. Supermarine were actually given the contract to build the first ever 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber. The Air Ministry specification was B12/36. Now that's quite important because 36, that's when Bomber Command formed, so it was really a statement to get a 4-engine heavy bomber, because there was a guy called Hitler. He was boasting. Hitler boasting, bragging, come on. So it was enough. Bomber Command were trying to make their status. The specification, I'll talk to you about that. Maybe I'll do a education about Air Ministry specifications, but the specification required a certain speed, needed to have the ability to take off from a catapult. They were going to actually do that, but they scrapped that idea. So they were going to use that, and it was Supermarine that were given the contract. So why am I holding a B-17? Well, first of all, the Short brothers were given second place as a backup just in case, but the contract was given to Supermarine, who were building massive boats as well, and of course famous for the Spitfire, right? But the 2 prototypes were destroyed in a raid. The German bombers destroyed the 2 prototypes. But it looked like this. It looked like a B-17 with a single stabilizer, a little bit different, of course. And also, R.J. Mitchell sadly passed away. So that was it. So it was given to the Short Brothers company. There you go. That's why. But I'll talk to you about that another day. I'll talk to you about what happened to it. I'll talk to you about the myth busting that we did. It's always said that the Short Stirling couldn't have 100-foot wingspan or more because of the hangars. That's completely not true. Hangars had, especially these over here, 120-foot wide doors on them. So that's a myth busting by the technology channel. You may hear that quite a bit. You know, the restriction on the specification was that they couldn't build wingspan 100-foot or more, shall we say, which was well, I'm sorry, but the likes of the B-17, the Handley Page Halifax, the Lancaster, you know, we're talking about 102, 103 and 104 foot wingspans on those, so I don't think so. And the reason for that is because they were expecting battle damage. They needed that restriction for size because they were expecting these things to be transported. So the fuselage and the wings, when they were needing repairs for transporting them on trailers, that's why I believe they needed a bit of a restriction there. They wanted to keep them not too big because it could cause problems transporting them around for damage, eh? I mean, come on, thinking about battle damage. What's going on here? Well, it sounds like there is I thought an aircraft was taxiing then. Maybe it's not the one I was thinking. Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, you alright?
Good.
Good. good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So yeah, all the history I research nearly every day, pretty much every day, learn it as best as I can to bring you a very different experience when you're tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. So when we have not much movement, there's always something that I can fill in. I can also answer questions. I'm not always on the chat, and I do apologise for that, but I do need to have the camera. It is just me and Ted. But yeah, there is so much history here. Someone wasn't expecting this history lesson today from Inconu 4961. Hope you enjoy it. If there's anything you'd like to know about the history here, or anything you'd like to know, then feel free. You've put here, I was wondering this very thing. Let me know if what it was that you were wondering. I'll see if I can hopefully. Oh, hello, it's already there. Here we go. So I was expecting this one to go, so it's another one. Actually hear another KC-135. I doubt it's this one that I can hear, which is good. The reason why I doubt that is because the wind is blowing towards the so from behind me all the way down to the KC-135, and you can hear a KC-135 sort of to my 2 o'clock. Be nice to get that as well. Be nice to get 4, wouldn't it? 4 KC-135s. I'm so glad I've come here today, because I was really trying my best to think of where to go because of the weather, and well, we're getting there.
Take it easy.
You too. Thank you for serving. Bless, we got a new running man. Yes. Thanks a lot there, Perry. Reach 567 KC-135R of the 155th. And again, if you remember my history from yesterday, if you look at the 155th, the Air National Guard, don't forget, it was a brilliant question from Davey, who asked me over the weekend about why there are, so for example, the 100th Bomb Group, that's a great example. It's nice and consecutive with their squadrons, and then suddenly the 418th. So we had the 349, 350, 351, right? And then the 418th, there was that. But then also, have you ever wondered why there's no 101st Bomb Group, 150th, 190th, 210th Bomb Group? Where are they? It seems to go, you know, you get all the, you know, from one, you seem to get 1 to 100, the 100 Bomb Group. and then it starts at the 301st. What is going on there? And there is a good reason, because the from 101 to 299, they were all allocated to guards and reserve units. So today, if you ever see the number 155, it's most likely an Air National Guard. Cool, right? Bet you didn't know that, and if you did, cool, fair play to you. Raptor 29 on the way to you. I think it's just waiting for this flight just behind me to arrive. Cleared for takeoff, here we go. Windy up here now. got another, I'm sure I can hear another CFM F108 engines. I can hear that classic spool somewhere of the KC-135, so we could get another one very shortly. I wasn't sure if it was that one that just took off, but goodness me, that wind is awful. But to be honest, I'd rather have this than the rain. Okay, so we've got another KC-135, here we go. Lovely. This one is of course a 100th Air Refeuling wing. The show. we may have another one after this as well. I'm pretty sure this one. Pretty sure this is going. Pretty sure, and it's been prepped, racked, and stacked. What about the others? Let's have a look what else we got here. These little tiddly PC-12s, man, with my favourite engine, the you know I love the PT6 engine, Pratt & Whitney classic. I could tell it's got a PT6 by the big bore exhaust, you know, kind of like what you had on your Vauxhall Nova back in the days. You know what I mean? Right, let's have a look here now. I hope you're all enjoying the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and hopefully we can do a couple more streams this week. The weather doesn't look too bad. It's doable tomorrow and Friday. Welcome to Heavyweight Wednesday, and it's all been KC-135s today, which is good. Buy one get one free. Aborted the cancelled the takeoff. Just 1 second, I think one of them isn't going, sadly. One of them's got an issue, one of them's going back, I think. Who knows, but hey, it's all good, we're getting movement. I don't know if that the KC-135 of the 100, I'm not sure if that's going out. Or we'll find out in a minute. That's not going. So it's aborted the takeoff, and it's exiting via Charlie. So if you're familiar where that is, I don't know. I know where Alpha is. Another one though over here. This one's kind of the National Guard. It's all happening now, isn't it? Thank you. Ciao Guerra, how you doing? Watching from Portugal, hope you're all good. Margot, 555, Triple Nick, Davey, Margot, Chris Bloxham, how's it going? Hope you're all well. Welcome to the show, Simon Watchorn, hope you're good, enjoying your time off. this one's just taxiing back to its parking spot, so won't be seeing that for a little bit, unfortunately. Fits beautifully in that shed, look, in that barn. Beautiful, isn't it? Okay, right, so our fingers crossed now then for this one. Let's see what's happening with this one. Dieter, how you doing? Hope you're good. Alan Gates, Blue Lightning Bird, oi to you. Davey, hope we're all good and well. Rob Kennard, how you doing? Hope you're good. Watching from Devon. How is Devon? German Shepherd Girl Taylor, how you doing? Hope you're well. Colin Booth, Argan. Hugh, how you doing? Hope you're good as well. Phantom Fanatic, oi to you. Alan Q, Rob Kennard, wet today. Oh, is it? Oh no. Looking forward to going back to Devon actually. Maybe end of the year for a little roll around. Okay, this one is looking good. Right. So the 48th Medical at RAF Lakenheath, they also look after the crew here at Mildenhall as well. Here we go, send it. notice as well the long yellow line that's underneath the fuselage, and that acts as a guide, a reference point for air-to-air refueling for the likes of the B-1 Lancer, for example, to get a reference to the center point. That's what that yellow line acts as, the reference and center line for air-to-air refueling. Because some of them, of course, are all different. The aircraft where they receive the boomstick. Cool. Right, well, now we've got, we haven't got, oh yeah, we have, we've got, still got the, this, oh, what's going on there? Is that the wind blowing it, or what's going on? We've just got the U-28s. These are designated as U-28s in military, I believe. And they're called U-28s. I got a bit excited. I thought this KC-130J was going out. It's a US Marine Corps. Well, that was a great steep climb, wasn't it? That was amazing. It gave us a chance to look under the belly of the KC-135, and many of you may have noticed the yellow stripe or the yellow line underneath the belly of the KC-135. And in case you didn't know, it literally is, it's not a decoration, it literally does serve a purpose as being a visual reference marking designed to help the receiving aircraft pilots align with the tanker's center line for refueling. So it assists with left and right positioning, for example, ensuring the receiving aircraft is properly aligned with the refueling boom as well. Some drogue, those baskets, they do have small glowing LED lights, obviously not too bright because you can actually blind the pilot at night, because obviously adjusting your eyesight and etc. So this is a KC-130J of the US Marine Corps. That's the 234th Squadron, a reserve squadron of the Marine Aircraft Group 41 from Naval Air Station, Joint Reserve Base Fort Worth in Texas. Well, this looks good over there. So these are U-28 Draco, a specialised single-engine turboprop, which I think is a PT6 engine. Let me just get this. I'll tell you a little bit about the U-28. So yes, we've got two U-28s over there. If you've ever heard of one of these, let's let me see, where are you? Got one there. So I've got some crew over there with it. And and that one there, and then we've got KC-130J over there, the US Marine Corps. I don't know which Air Force these are from, or if they're Navy, I have no idea, but no worries, just enjoy it for now. Woo. But yeah, they're U-28 Draco, if you want to say it like that. They are specialised. They are part of I think they're US Air Force. I think even to be more specific, I think they're AFSOC, and they're used for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. So ISR missions, and they are based on a PC-12, but the military designation is the U-28, and of course it will have all things military with it as well. So it's heavily modified for tactical operations, features advanced sensors and communication suites to supporting the ground forces for remote or even unprepared runways as well. So it is a tactical airborne ISR, can do humanitarian ops, search and rescue, and there we go. And it is powered by, of course, one of my favourite engines, the Pratt & Whitney PT6. Just 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. So, as a general rule, 315 nautical miles. Sorry, 315 feet per nautical mile. So you can expect them around about 1,500 feet. Now, near a delicious CFM International. Sun's out just for about 2 minutes. It feels delightful pieces of equipment there. might get lucky and see this. How cool is that? Yes, please. crosswind, isn't there, for them at 05? Goodness me. Yeah, you can see, look at the windsock. Look at that. Oh yeah. Do you ever get that when you get new specs? I remember that when you know when you get new specs, even if it's the same prescription, brand new ones, you're like, it's like you're trying to walk again for the first time. you know, the world feels really strange when you first put on your new specs. Like I said, even if they're just brand new, they're not, you haven't actually changed, you know, the eyesight hasn't changed or anything, you know, it feels so weird, doesn't it? You then start to doubt and think, did I give them the right details? Should I have said that? You know, when you put on those really funky Einstein specs on, those science specs on, and they slide in the little the little lenses through. I mean, they're great. I always joke, I said, oh, I want a pair of these. Can you imagine that? You know what I mean? You just go around, add new strength in them and that. But yeah, yeah, it's always feels weird. But yeah, good point on that. Rob, that's cool. You're going to the Riviera, that would be good. Carport lock, yeah, react will be good. Yeah, all been well, all will be good. Got some more on the overhead there. So the runway 05 ILS for Lakenheath just intersects a little bit of Mildenhall, and don't forget, it is what's classed as CMAX, Combined Military Air Traffic Zone. And it is Mildenhall airspace that's managed by Lakenheath Tower at Rapcon. So Lakenheath Tower does both Mildenhall and Lakenheath traffic. Now that's not to say there's no one at Mildenhall Tower, because there is. But they'll do more of the ground runs and all the more of the operational side of things, taken care of, engine runs, taxiing, and then etc. In the nick of time, and I reckon it'll be about here. Should I guess it? Should we see it? Should we see it? Oh! The Tidlian. It's like a Ted plane, isn't it? Oh dear. Alright, what else we got here? I think what we'll do, we'll see off, we do have an arrival, we'll see off potentially this KC-130 and the U-28s, I think that's what we'll do. And then we'll call it a day. That's if it is going, of course. I mean, I'm just assuming it is. 5, Roma 05, runway 28. Unfortunately, it was looking, I don't know, I don't really mind, but it's good to mix it up. But I was hoping for runway 10. It was runway 10 in the morning when I got here, but that changed. The wind completely flipped to the other side. Carl Portlock, hope your night shift went well. Elsie, how you doing? Davey, Lee, Stevie Boy, Susan Bloy, oi to all of you. Mark Moody, Sneaky Josh, Lynx Rainbird, Alan, Q. Okay, here we go. There we go. Turn around, that would be on my back, that did. Oh, spluffage, did you just see that? Ew. Spluffage on heavies is quite dramatic. love a go around, low approach, or a touch and go, because it means we get to see them a bit longer. That was Roma. Briggs, welcome to the show. Hope you're all good. Jude Mal, how you doing? Hope you're good. I think it'll be too long for this to start up. If I remember correctly, just like the Lancaster, the startup order, I believe it's 3421. Let's see if that's the case. So from our screens, it'll be the second one in from the left. That's number 3. 4 is looking at us on the left, the one on the end, and 2 on the inner. Actually, shall I just tell you how it is? It's basically 1, 2, 3, 4 is what the engine numbers are called. So engines are called 1 and 2. So even on the F-15E Strike Eagle, you have engine 1 on the left, engine 2 on the right. So the very first engine on the left wing, that's engine 1, then 2 on the inner port side, then engine 3 is on the inner starboard side, and then engine 4 is on the right wing, okay, on the end there. So basically it'll be 3, so the inner port side, inner starboard side, that's number 3, then 4, so the outer starboard engine, and then 2 inner port side, and then 1 on the outer port side. I completely made it completely like more difficult than what it should have been there, didn't I? Sorry about that. Oh dear, oh dear. But yeah, so it should be 3, 4, 2, 1. So yeah, that's how engines are numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if you're a B-52. Literally from left to right is without complicating it like I just did. So I do apologise. Engine 3 usually is the first to start, especially the likes of World War II bombers. They're used to pressurize one of actually, even on the Wellington bomber, one of the engines would actually power some of the electrics. On the B-17 as well, one of the engines was designated to power something, but engine 3 is usually prioritized to start first because of the what this does, it pressurizes the hydraulic system. So engine 3, that's responsible for that. It provides the essential brake pressure basically, and also it's done that way for safety as well. I think the A400 is the same as well, if I remember correctly. 3421, the Lancaster 3421. Reasoning for that numbering? Simplicity. Because if you think about it, which engine? The one on the left. Which left? this is the thing, which left? Is it looking at us or is it looking at you? You know, it makes it a lot easier just to number them 1 and 2. You know, not the left engine, but which left? Is it your left, or am I looking at it from here? Because you could say the engine on the left could be the one on its actual right wing, so they number it. So now that you know, so you start with its left wing, you start and you work your way up the numbers, ascending numerically. Makes it a lot easier to do it that way. I mean, the likes of, let's say, a 6-engine bomber or a 6-engine aircraft, or even an 8 engine like the B-52, you're going to need to make that a lot easier. Which engine is it? Paulie Nelson, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oi oi to you. Lynx Rainbird, thank you very much for that. Good question. Michael Woodringe off to the shops. Enjoy. So even on the KC-135, their engines 1 to 4, basically numbered 1 to 4. So you start off with the left wing, and that's engine 1, 2, then 3, then 4. So the 2 outer engines then are 1 and 4, and the 2 inner engines are 3, 2 and 3. So pretty cool, huh? Did see it, there we go. Clear to land, here we go. what? I just realised I could have done it like this, couldn't I? Look at this. Could have done it like that, couldn't I? With engines. There we go. So this is engine 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the startup procedure will be 3, 4, 2, 1. There we go. SR-71. This is engine 1. This is engine 2. There you go. Easy. Bye. See ya. gents, teddy bears. Look at this, here we go. So obviously engine 2 is starting first, then 3, so a little bit different on this one. So my guess is 2, 3, 4 and 1. Should we see that? There we go. Okay, so it's done a little bit different, so I'm going to go with 2, 3, 4 and 1, I think. not a set of keys, is it? No, there you are. There you are. My little U-28. So we've got two U-28s of AFSOC, sorry. Goodness me. There's the other one. And then we've got a KC-130J as well that you can hear giving it some. aborted for whichever reason. Oh no. What about his mate? He's gone without his... Oh no. Oh, hang on. Is that because we've got something coming into land, maybe? I don't know. We've got something coming into land. F-35, I think, behind me. His mate behind. Oh no. So they've had to abort that, so okay, no worries. Let's see what we're going to get next. KC-135, just going to land. So what's going on, innit? Right, so we'll see what this is going to do. This is Ranger 9-1, a KC-130J of the US Marine Corps. Really taxiing with purpose, isn't it? Hang on a minute, sorry about this, 1 sec. As it got really cold, the there you go, tripod got stuck. Come on, have a stuck and right, there we go. Oh. I suppose if they were all going together as a flight, then if one's got an issue, then oh, okay, is that what's going on, or? Almost. there we go, these things happen. And you've got to remember all the planning for the sortie, you know, all that work, the hours of meetings and the debrief going through their mission for the day, their training, their sortie, and then if one aircraft goes tech, then, or has an issue, then that's it. So one of the the U-2, the U-28 is returning back. One of them has aborted the takeoff due to an issue, so the other one is returning. The KC-130J has just parked up, as we can see. Right then, Teddy, I think we're done. Well, we lasted a bit longer than what we were supposed to. We were anticipating a 12 o'clock finish due to the weather, but hey, that's all good. Debbie Wigley, thank you very much for your 17 months membership. Love the channel, thanks a lot, love you back. Nice one, much love to you back. Pete Lawrenson, high five man. Paul Pump, thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the super. Get yourself some scran on the way home to celebrate 130k. Guards March. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super. Kevin Marshall, celebrating 2 years of Technical Coningsby membership. 2 years, can't believe it. Keep up the great work, TCS. Thank you very much. Big bear hug, please. Amazing 3 years service with the best family. TCS family on YouTube. Love you all. Thanks a lot, Debbie Brooks. A Guards March to you. 555 Triple Nick with 38 months membership. From one heavy to another with another month under my belt as a member of this incredible community. Such lovely people in the TCS. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. German Shepherd Girl Taylor, high five, Guards March. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you as well for the super. Lynx Rainbird, high five, Guards March. Thanks a lot for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Paul Briggs, high five, and a Guards March to you. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Paul Briggs Briggles with 16 months membership. Wow, 16 months. Keep doing what you're doing, Nikos. We love it. Thank you very much. We love you back. Pauline Nelson, thank you very much for 28 months membership. Another fantastic month of viewing. Thank you very much. And Kevin Howard with 18 months of membership. Oi, Spanner Flight. Spanner Crew 10 Nikos. Oh yeah, thanks a lot, Kevin. And we'll see you soon. Here comes just in the nick of time, our little U-28. I might catch it. touchdown there now. There we go. Right, that is us done, cooked and fried. Let's call it a kebab wrap, Teddy. Right, I think we're all good then, Ted. Yeah, let's do this. Right, well, thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears, for tuning in to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Oh, yeah. Hope we're all good and well. And well, it's certainly been challenging this morning, but I'm glad the rain behaved itself in the end. So first of all, Team Mildenhall, thank you very much to all of you, and of course all our fans and members, thank you so much for tuning in today and supporting us. Well, my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. Oh yeah. Ted, hit the button, mate. Hit the button. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.